Hello, everyone. Welcome to the gym. Thank you so much for tuning in and for your patience. I know I'm a little late to start this Monday, but if you were a streamer and you could set your own schedule and you didn't have to answer to nobody, you might start a little late on Mondays too. I am very excited to be creating some Pokémon TCG content today. It's a lovely day here on God's green earth. And a lovely day to be playing Pokémon TCG, isn't it? Thank you, Matter Splatter, for that sub in the 6 months. Appreciate it. Thank you, Craig, the sub in the 32 months. Peter the Lizard, the sub in the 22 months. Man, I'm still recovering from the midnight pre-release on Friday. I'm not going to lie. I was up till 4 a.m. that day. Because, I can't just get home from work and then go straight to bed. You got to even if I get home from work at 3 a.m., it's I need to decompress, for an hour. Got to. Thank you, Ketonomics, for that sub in the 10 months. Temporal Forces pre-release was insane. Hope you had a good time. That's great. Yes, still recovering from that midnight pre-release. Had a very busy weekend. Midnight pre-release on Friday night. Did that with Heather. That was a lot of fun. Then the Green Dragon Inn celebrated its 1-year anniversary on Saturday, so that was pretty hype. And there was a big kind of a big to-do going on at the Green Dragon Inn, which is the bar and cafe, which is a stone's throw from my studio, which is pretty cool. And it was packed. I mean, I came just to kind of scope it out, see how things were going. There was a harpist, there was vendors, there were, there was cosplaying, there was D&D, there was specialty brews and beverages. I mean, it was pretty cool. Lots of fun stuff. Thank you, Brandon, for that tier 3 sub in the 55 months. Appreciate you, Brandon. And then last night, Jameson, who owns Full Grip Games, invited us all out to a Cavs game, and he has season tickets. That's his thing. He goes to all the games. Yeah, so he's got season tickets, and then part of his season tickets package this year was that he got a club box thing. So he invited us all out to the club box and treated us all to food and the game and all that. And it was fun. So did that last night. That was my first NBA game ever. It was pretty cool. The Cavs lost, but it was neat. So enjoyed that as well. I'm thinking I'm a little bit cursed. I went to my first ever NFL game and my first ever NBA game, and neither team was able to win. That's okay. It was a fun time nonetheless. Yes. They did score more than 100 points. They got 101. So your McDonald's app, you're going to get that free French fry or whatever. We didn't get to talk about Gym Leader Challenge last Thursday as I didn't stream Friday morning. Was working on my YouTube videos, and Gym Leader Challenge League went well. Nick Rosie here in the chats took the win with his Lightning deck. So congrats to Nick on that. I played my Fire deck to a very middling 2-2 performance. Fire's tough. But I felt like I figured out more optimizations for my Fire deck, and have put more work into it even more work into it. I played my fire deck against Cacturn Jack from chat. Friday night at the Green Dragon Inn, we played like 4 games, and I went 3-1. I was feeling more confident about it with some changes that I've made, and I feel like everything's finally starting to come together for the fire list. The fire list that I played on Thursday had some pretty interesting things going on in it, some neat ideas, and I think that everything for this particular list is really starting to come together, and I am dubbing it Spooky Fire. Yes, Spooky Fire, Spooky Fire. Yes, JD got top 4 with fire that night as well. I'll beat you to your fire badge, JD. Just you wait. I'll beat you to it. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Me and JD got very different lists going on for our fire decks. We do. We do. Yeah, no Zard, no Welder. Yes. I got Spooky Fire. Very unique take. And then JD's list is like, he's got Charizard and Salazzle and Macargo. Oh yeah, we'll see, JD. We'll see. We'll see, brother. We'll see. Yes, we shall see. I am much more confident this week, and I feel like I'm finally getting enough reps in with fire that I kind of understand the ins and outs of this deck that's like kind of taking shape. I really don't like Welder in fire decks. I think Welder's a pretty bad card in fire decks because it requires that you have 2 fire energy in your hand and then another energy to attach for turn to really get the full effect of it. And the thing is that like you're not going to build. It doesn't really make sense to build a fire deck to always have fire energy in your hand, unless I guess you're playing Salazzle, right? Because like Salazzle always wants fire energy in the hand. But like for most lists, it doesn't make sense to build a fire deck where you're going to have fire energy in the hand because fire energy is mostly in the discard pile. That's just where it ends up. So like, and it doesn't make sense to play cards like Fire Crystal or Energy Retrieval and stuff like that for just one supporter card, right? So like, it doesn't really make sense to build your list around. Like, if you could play 4 Welder, that'd be a different story. Like, it'd be broken if you could play 4. But only being able to play 1 Welder, it's just, like, such a unique supporter that it's not really worth accommodating your deck building for that one mediocre supporter, if that makes sense. I think Blacksmith is, like, by far the superior supporter, in my opinion. I think Blacksmith is so much better. And Raihan, I think, is better. And I think Mela is better. I think Mela, Raihan, Blacksmith are like the 3 that I play. And then the thing is, it just doesn't really mean, like, at a certain point, it's like, if you're playing Mela, Raihan, and Blacksmith, like, you don't really need the 4th, right? I mean, you can play Palpad, put those guys back in, and then you don't really need Welder. Am I down with Growlithe and Arcanine? No, I think Arcanine kind of stinks. I'm going to be honest. No, Arcanine, 120 damage? On a stage 1? Couldn't see it. On a stage 1? No. It makes more sense if you're playing Charizard. But I also don't like Charizard. I think Cinderace is the best attacker in fire. Oh, awkward lull looking at all the control decks. Yeah. I think Cinderace is so crazy. Like, 190 damage? Yeah, this guy. 170 hit points? 190 damage, bro? You telling me you Hex Maniac and knock your opponent out with Cinderace? They're doing nothing, dude. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, you go Hex Cinderace. That's another card I wasn't playing. My list has changed quite a bit since Thursday. Definitely. Yeah, it is certainly changed since Thursday. Yeah, Cinderace. Cinderace kind of that dude. He's crazy. And then I'm playing around with this new Chandelure as well. Combustion Chain can do like, you know, a good amount of damage for just one energy, which is super sweet. And then Delphox, dude. I got 3 stage 2s. And the Green's Exploration Engine. Oh, yeah, this deck goes hard, bro. Goes hard. Anyone with free retreat? No, because we're playing greens. So I'm not playing the cast form or whatever. No breaks. No, I got breaks in. I got all my stage 1s in now. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's broken. The only basics that I'm playing, I have like 4 basics, 4 non-evolving basics in the deck. It's Entei, not this one. This one. Rally back Entei. Chi-Yu. Victini. And Volcanion. Yeah, this Victini. And this is the best attacker in Fire. Not close. This and Cinderace. Those two, they're like the best attackers in Fire. Thank you, Lazy Boy SP. For the sub, appreciate it. Yeah, Volcanion, 160 for 3. My energy count is 8 water to, or 8, excuse me, 8 fire, 2 water. Yeah. No specials anymore. And I took out Moltres too. And I took out Guzma. Yeah, those cards, they don't really work in here. But yeah. Volcanion, it's like Fire's Snorlax, if that makes sense. Don't believe in the donk anymore. Nah, it's not consistent enough. I don't think it's consistent enough to worth running. It's like, because Guzma is like only good on 1 turn. It's only good like turn 1, and even not even good turn 1 all the time. It's only good turn 1 sometimes. So like, that's why I was like, all right, it's got to go. Guzma really only works. I mean, it works in some decks, and where it does work, it works really well. But in other decks, it doesn't work as well. Like, going down, you have to discard. I mean, in order to play Guzma, you have to discard 2 other cards from your hand. And if it doesn't like completely set, if it doesn't like get you ready to play the entire game, then reasoning for water over rainbow, it's because of the Victini that I showed off. And for Raihan, but yeah, this guy. Goose Mahala. Yeah, I heard Goose Mahala is like a $6 card or something. $6? Whatever. That's like a latte. Turtonator. With a normal Z move for a Pokemon with Tackle. Normalium Z. You got to get 4 energy on this thing. Nah, if I'm using Normalium Z, I'm using it with Fuecoco. There you go. Fuecoco, Normalium Z. There we go. You just got to get 4 energy on this sucker. And then he's doing 200 damage. Easy. Yo, that Starbucks venti vanilla latte only lasts 30 minutes, okay? But that Guz Mahala lasts forever. Or, you know, until it becomes unplayable in a sleeve. All right, so Matter Splatter, you're not the first person to bring this up to me. Somebody else at GLC League told me about that ruling that apparently it's been ruled that you can't search for a card that's out of format, right? There's a ruling now that you can't use a search card using Raichu in play to search for a Raichu break, and it was ruled that you can't search for a card that's not in format. Yeah. That doesn't really apply to Gym Leader Challenge, I don't think, in my mind, because, yes, you're searching for a card that's out of format, but fighting Pokemon are in the format. Just because your deck doesn't have any doesn't mean those cards aren't in the format. No, I get it. I just don't think that it really matters. Yeah. Oh, but for Evo Soda, searching for breaks, even though the breaks aren't in the format, that's interesting. We'll have to think about it. We'll have to think about it as it refers to like Evo Soda looking for breaks that aren't in the format. We may adjust the ruling on that, but I'm totally okay with people continuing to use like Brooklet Hill to like search their deck. I think that doesn't matter, right? Yeah, using stadiums I think doesn't really matter. I guess I would want to lean towards whatever would make things less complicated, right? Right, because then you get into a question. If you start saying like, oh, well, you can't search your deck because like there is no Pokemon of that type in your deck. Well, what about dual type Pokemon? There are some dual type Pokemon, right? Then do we have to memorize every dual type Pokemon? So only the types with dual type Pokemon no, absolutely not. So like you can always use the Brooklet Hill to search your deck. Even if you're playing a Lightning deck and your opponent has a Brooklet Hill in play, you can use Brooklet Hill. That's fine, right? There are fighting Pokemon in the format. Right. But if you're playing grass, you can still use Stormy Mountains? Yes. Right. The deck is private knowledge. Let them search for nothing. Yeah. I agree. That it'd be like saying you can't play Mysterious Treasure. So you're getting into like weird situations like this. So say that I'm playing a theoretical Archie's Blastoise deck or something, right? In my say I am playing an Archie's Blastoise deck or an Archie's Water deck, right? Now, I'm not saying that this is like a good idea. I'm just doing a thought experiment, okay? Say I'm playing an Archie's deck. The idea of Archie's is that you can only play this card if it's the last card in your hand. So say that I wanted to play other cards like Mysterious Treasure, right? In my Water deck, or Electromagnetic Radar, right? Okay. In my Archie's deck, to help me pull off the Archie's play, right? You're telling me that I'm not allowed to play these cards in my Water deck, right? No. Right? So if you rule that way on stadiums, then you also have to say that, like, I can't play Mysterious Treasure in my Water deck. Because I've got nothing to search for. Right? Now, in the Pokemon TCG, there's a ruling that you can't play a card for no effect, but there are effects happening here. Here, you discard a card from your hand. Here, you discard 2 cards from your hand. And when using a stadium, you shuffle your deck. And that is an effect. Doesn't Radar fall into the Evo Soda break ruling? Well, that's kind of what I'm talking about, but I think you should be able to play Radar in your deck. Should we ban Radar then? Oh, I guess discards the cost. Oh, yeah, we're getting into the weeds now, huh? Radar ban makes sense, though, because new rulings, you can't look for cards out of format. Yeah, searching the deck is the effect, right? Yep. Not allowing a card is banning it. that is what ban is. that is what ban again. Sorry, yeah, I have 2 separate lists. I have a ban list and I have a not allowed to be played list. I guess I technically do have that though, because V Pokemon are not banned. They just aren't allowed to be played. Right. Uh-huh. Yeah, cards go on the ineligible list. Right. Deck search is the effect of the card. Right. But are you allowed to deck search for cards that aren't in format? Nick has a good point there. It's not like Evo Soda at all. The ability to play cards like Evo Soda and Nest Ball are based on your board, while Radar is only based on your hand. That's true. Brett 608, you get into a lot of really contentious stuff by saying that, like, 2 cards that read the same. I mean, a lot of people in Gym Leader Challenge want there to be cards that do the same thing, that with different names. That's just part of the Yeah. Same with Commander. You don't want to ban cards that do similar things and have different names from a singleton format. People just kind of hate that. I've kind of had that discussion in Gym Leader Challenge discussion in the Discord. People just generally hate that. They want to have, like, people generally want to have unique cards that do the same thing. So, like, that'll be a very unpopular ruling if you say that you can't play Gloria and Bridget in the same deck. That'd be extremely unpopular. People would hate it. Then you're also going to say that, like, Double Colorless and Twin Energy can't be played in the same deck. You're going to say that, Electric and Flaffy can't be played in the same deck? Is that what you're going to say? You can't play Electric and Flaffy because they're effectively the same card with different names. You can't, yeah, like, you know, you're really going to get into, you're going to say, but you can't play Boss and Lysander in the same deck because that's a carryover from Expanded. So it really is, it's tough. But yes, you can't play Juniper and Sycamore in the same deck. But that's a carryover from Expanded. Like, Expanded had unique ruling that said that, right? I know. The Gym Leader Challenge ruling compendium. I mean, we have a frequently asked questions page. That's kind of like the... I mean, it is getting to the point. And also, Bridget and Gloria are different cards. And Flaffy and Electric are different cards because Electric evolves from Dynamo and Flaffy evolves from Mareep. So those are different things. Bridget and Gloria are different cards. Bridget has a clause about EX Pokemon that Gloria doesn't have. So everything's on a case-by-case basis. Boss and Lysander are literally the same card. They are literally the same card. Sycamore and Research and Juniper are literally the same card. They are literally the same card. Yeah. So... Now, DJ backwards, there is the difference is that Electric evolves from Dynamo, Flaffy evolves from Mareep. So, like, they are different cards, right? You think Radiance and Breaks would be fun in GLC? Yeah, right. Greninja Break would be way too broken. No. No. Greninja Break would be terrible. And it's the only good one. I mean, all of them would be good in Gym Leader Challenge because they're all overpowered. But generally speaking, Radiant Greninja is way too broken. My Radiant Greninja Break deck. Yeah. J Neko. Capital EX and lowercase EX are different things in Expanded. You should be allowed one rule box Pokemon as your ace. No. No, you shouldn't. You need a commander? You're the commander. All right, I'm adding Blood Moon Ursula. Right, what's the... Hey, you know what would make GLC more fun? If I could just play this thing. Yeah, you know what would make GLC perfect? If I could play a Blood Moon Ursula EX in my deck. No. You know, just let me put a Gardevoir EX. Just let me play Gardevoir EX in my Psychic deck. All right? That's fine. Just Gardevoir EX. That's it. It's not going to change things too much. Yeah, just let me put... It's not really going to change anything. Just let me play Gardevoir EX in my Psychic GLC deck. All right. I swear it'll be minimally impactful. Yeah. No, it's part of what makes it fun is that there are no rule box Pokemon allowed. The rules make it fun. For sure. I've played lots of I used to have a cube built where you were allowed to have an ace. So like the cube, I used to have this like kind of, it was like a retro cube, like a pretty low power level retro cube with a lot of old EX Pokemon in it from like the original EX era, 2005, 2006. And the rule of the cube was that you could play one EX Pokemon in your deck, right? And that's like kind of fun. So like as you're drafting, you can pick one like ace out of the draft, right? But that was like, I handcrafted that format to accommodate for those aces and picked and like handpicked select aces that were allowed to be in the cube, right? It's different. You can't really have that. The ace idea is fun in theory, but like in practice, it doesn't actually work if you just like kind of allow all decks to have one. They're just way too broken, right? I know. GLC really already has aces. See, exactly. Does Snorlax, anyone who's played GLC knows that Snorlax is your ace in colorless, that's for sure. This thing, if that's not an ace, I don't know what is. Yeah, Torterra in grass, Wailord in water, Snorlax in colorless, Amazing Raikou in lightning, Guzzlord for dark. Garchomp in dragon. Zamazenta in metal. Yep. And Cinderace in fire. Like my goat Cinderace. Yes, I've thought about this in Machamp and fighting. Yeah. Right. Every type kind of has an ace. It's funny. I mean, there always is. There's always one. I've thought about the concept of, let's see. I've thought about the card, like how cool would it be, you know, if you had like, you could have like a commander card in Gym Leader Challenge, right? Like imagine custom Pokemon TCG cards. Like if you're playing, you know, fighting, you could have, you know, Brock's, you could have Brock, right? Say like Brock's your commander. And this card just kind of like is set out at the beginning of the game. You know, and then Brock would be like, I mean, you would completely rewrite the rules of the Pokemon TCG if you had stuff like this. But like, it's a fun thought experiment, you know. You could be like, you know, if your opponent took a prize during their last turn, you can draw 2 cards during your turn. Boom, something like that, right? And each like, each type could have like custom commanders that do different like, kind of stadium like effects and things like that, right? Stuff like that. But then you're like completely changing the Pokemon TCG. You can't really do that, but it's like an interesting. Thank you, JW, for the sub. Like a stadium, but it's like your commander, it exists in like your commander zone. Like Heroes and Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Right. But it's not really worth it. It's just not worth it. The Pokemon TCG is like it's a well-designed game, like honestly. Right? I don't really think that it needs like a commander or something. You don't need more broken stuff. There's already a lot of broken stuff in the Pokemon TCG. You go digging enough, Thank you, Quinton, for the sub in the 6 months. Thank you, Marty Party, for the sub in the 25 months. Yeah, I think that Pokemon TCG, it's a well-designed game. I like I think the limitations of Gym Leader Challenge and the lower power levels part of the charm and what makes it so fun to play. Yeah, I've been thinking about, with the re-release of A-Specs, I've been thinking about what it would be like if A-Spec cards were legal in Gym Leader Challenge, and I think that those would put it over the edge and kind of make it unfun, right? I do. I think A-Specs would be terrible for Gym Leader Challenge. Jim 9 asks, what was it like having regionals in different formats back when they were running standard and expanded? What do you think it would look like to implement different formats at a league challenge level? I think that'd be fun. But like, also, I don't really care to have Gym Leader Challenge ever reward championship points. It's not really about that. I much prefer to like make up your own reward structure for Gym Leader Challenge, kind of like how we've done at Full Grip Games. Offer your own unique prizes and things like that. Just kind of like keep it off the grid, I kind of like that. It was really fun doing expanded regionals. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I very much enjoyed expanded regionals because it felt like there was less information out there on decks and deck building. So I feel like expanded regionals really rewarded people who tested and were good at deck building because there was far less information prevalent on expanded format. So expanded felt like it was the Brewers format. And even though it was kind of broken, it definitely rewarded people who cooked. And that was awesome. But now it's just degenerate, so. But for a while there, expanded really was rewarding people who were rewarding people who were getting in the lab and actually kind of like putting the work in. And I mean, now, like legitimately now you can go to Limitless and just like kind of, copy one of the strongest decks and, get a few games in with it on live, and you could go, with some good variants, you could go beat the best players at a regional championship with it. Like honestly, if you go and you're like, all right, well, let's see, if you're reasonably good, like you're good enough to, if you're good enough to like win a league challenge, right? Then you could go here and you can copy this Roaring Moon list and you can roll up to a regional championship, and with some decent variants, you could probably beat Azul, you know? Like, or me or anybody else, right? Or Tord. You know, just get some good variants. Got a fire list. You're chilling, bro. I'm not saying you have like high odds of beating Azul, but you could. 100%. You just need some good variants. Good matchup. You get a good matchup. You've got a... That's what the Pokemon TCG kind of feels like right now. Good variance equals Azul Brick. Well, yeah. Right. We just saw a regional this year with 2 first-time attendees in the finals. Do you need me to prove my point any more than that? Do you need me to prove my point any more than that? Than the fact that we had a regional finals this year with 2 first-time attendees. With some very questionable plays. With some very questionable plays all throughout top 8, right? Like, you watching top 8 and you're like, how did they get here? How did they get here? So that's kind of what Standard feels like to me lately, right? So I really do. I miss Expanded a lot, because Expanded rewarded players who knew the format better and had more experience and focused on deck building more, and it punished players who knew less about the format, right? But the arrogance and elitism. Don't you want your competitive game to be merit-based entirely, right? Isn't that what you want? That's not arrogance and elitism. That's just like, that's like saying, like, you know, don't you want your competitive game to be very merit-based? That the people who've worked harder for longer do better than, you know what I mean? It's not arrogance and elitism. That's just like, you know, you need to have a balance of it. For sure. For sure. Yeah. I'm just kind of talking about the vibes of Expanded versus the vibes of Standard. It was really nice having... It was really nice having like a deeper format is what I'm saying, right? Ben Moore says, I think the Olympics would be better if it had random tripping like Super Smash Brothers Ball. Yeah. It's at least like an interesting... It's like an interesting discussion, I think. But, you know, Standard is a shallower format. That's it easier. So what I'm trying to say is that Standard is a shallower format with a lower barrier to entry. And that's fine. But there is no Expanded format anymore, which used to be a deeper format with a higher barrier to entry, right? And that was really rewarding for someone like me to play, because it was a deeper format that less people knew as deeply, right? Like, less people knew about it as much. And because they didn't have as many reps, or they just weren't as experienced or well-versed in the card pool, right? So it felt like you could go out to an Expanded tournament and just like kind of flex your deep card pool knowledge and deck building skills, and that those skills really paid off, is what I'm saying. But Expanded is not that format anymore. It was for a little while. I missed the concept of what Expanded was, a deeper format that required more knowledge to get in and had a higher barrier to entry. I missed the concept of that. And that's not arrogant or elitist. That's just, of course, as a competitive player, you want something like that, right? Of course you do. I'm not saying that Standard has to be that, but Standard isn't that necessarily. They were different. And it's good that Standard exists. Of course it is. It has to. I just kind of miss what Expanded was. It was fun. It was fun getting to mix it up. Everybody felt like they had to switch gears. And it required more of thank you, Wonder Boy, for that sub in the 5 months. Yeah, Expanded was fun. But it got to a point where the card balance just doesn't make sense in it anymore. But it was cool. I mean, some of my fondest deck building experiences are when JW and I were boot camping Expanded to come up with, I have such fond memories of boot camping our Rowlet and Alolan Executor Expanded deck. I mean, we came up with a surprise deck in Expanded format that nobody was expecting, and JW won the regional with it. Michael Zealy got his first ever top 8 with it. I got 10th place with it, and our friend Brady Botner top 32'd his first regional championship, all with the same deck that we brewed up and came up with by ourselves, right? That was such a rewarding experience. And that kind of thing doesn't happen in Standard, right? Do you understand? That thing, we came up with a surprise deck that caught everybody off guard. That doesn't happen in Standard as much, right? But in Expanded, it just happened with, it happens from time to time. I mean, look at what happened with Charizard EX in Brazil, right? It does happen from time to time. But I felt like it was more possible to occur in Expanded, right? Miraidon at Worlds type of way. Right, exactly. Yeah, Miraidon at Worlds type of way. It does happen, but it felt like it was Expanded was more the vibe where that kind of thing happens, right? It does happen in Standard. It does. But it happened more in Expanded because it was a less explored card pool. And I think Boonya, exactly, it doesn't happen as much due to the meta being insta-solved due to the amount of information we get. Yes. I mean, last year I got to top 32 some regional. I think I top 16 to regional with Mew VMAX with a Flying Pikachu VMAX in it, right? Yeah, look at this, bro. So we had two separate testing groups kind of come up with this Rowlet and Alolan Executor deck. And look at it. I mean, we just like JW won this, right? Zeely top 8. Me at 10th. We had different, like, entirely different decks. Like, but 2 different testing groups kind of came to the same conclusion about Rowlet and Alolan Exeggutor, and we kind of, like, took this event by storm, which is really crazy. And it was a lot of fun. It was really rewarding to do that. I'm just such, like, a crazy, like, such a crazy deck. It had like a 1/1 Pidgeotto in here. JW played a Shuckle GX. Man, that was crazy. And just look, the last expanded event ever, Collinsville 2020, February 29th. There's that Rowlet and Alolan Exeggutor deck that we had come up with, right? And then here's me with Snorlax freaking VMAX, all right? I'm just saying, I was cooking, bro. I was cooking. Look at this freaking deck. 3 Snorlax V, 2 Snorlax VMAX, a 2/2 Minccino, Shaymin EX, Dedenne, Tapu Lele, a 1/1 Alolan Muck, a 1/1 Altaria, a 1/1 Galarian Rapidash, a Naganadel GX just with the Ditto Prism Star. Ditto Prism Star, you could evolve into Naganadel GX, and you could use one of your 4 triple acceleration energy. You understand? Like we're talking about how crazy Tord's deck is now, but like look at how like if you think about it, expanded decks used to kind of be like Tord's deck, right? Like look at this. You know, and I top 8 at a regional with that. And I'm the only Snorlax VMAX deck. I think I'm the only Snorlax VMAX deck in day 2. Yeah. Literally. Right? The only Snorlax VMAX deck in day 2. You know how rewarding and fun that is? To get to like brew up a crazy deck like that and just... There were some at the bottom. Oh, I missed them. Ah, there we go. Okay, Zorax, Snorlax. Sure. There we go. So yeah, I do miss that. Because look at how different this is. Right? Like, look at how different of an experience this was. From a deck building perspective. Like, imagine, you know, you're tired of standard and then you have like, you have something different to like, as kind of like a deck building exercise. It's something different to kind of focus on and brew with, right? Right now, it does feel like standard drags on forever, doesn't it? And there's nothing to break it up. I mean, that's part of why I just love Gym Leader Challenge right now. Is because it kind of... Gym Leader Challenge fulfills that brewer's mentality that I don't really feel like I get from standard anymore. Honestly. I did get a little bit of that, and like I said, it's not like an all the time thing. You know, we were able to cook up Miraidon Path for the World Championships, and that was a lot of fun, and it was really rewarding, right? It does happen. You know, but now I'm feeling like we're in a standard format that's very solved, right? Right. Someone's saying expanded is fun until you get your hand removed. Oh, yeah, obviously. Expanded's too broken now. It's too degenerate. Right. That's why it's kind of over. Well, that's the thing, Snoopy, is like, it doesn't matter. It's not that expanded was a superior format. In fact, it was like, I think, probably a less superior format, but it was different. So, Snoopy, the concept isn't that like we just need a superior format to standard. The concept is if there are different formats, then it divides people's attention and fixes some of the constant min-maxing that happens in the only format that's played, right? It's like, so if you divide people's efforts between standard and something else, then we're not going to be so hyper fixated on min-maxing the one thing that we all do, right? Yeah, it expands the fresh by date of each format, for sure. Thank you, R. Van Wert, for the sub in the 12 months. Thank you. I mean, if we had Japan's release schedule, it would certainly make things a lot more interesting because Japan gets a new set. Japan gets a new set like every month or every 6 weeks, right? Yeah, I mean, they get a new set every 6 weeks. So yeah, that makes things different for sure. What was really crazy is back in the day when they used to do they used to do standard regionals day 1, and then if you qualified for day 2, it was expanded. Can you imagine that? Well, that's how the regional that I won in 2015, that was the format. I just played the same deck in both standard and expanded. Expanded only added like 4 sets back then or something like that, like 3 or 4 sets. But yes, when I won a regional in 2015, it was that split format. You had standard day 1, expanded day 2. So yeah, I don't know. It was just fun to have something different to do. Yeah, it was really fun to like to have different formats, and it created, for anyone who used to play back when expanded format was a thing, it created this sense of unpreparedness, right? People would be like, "Oh God, I have an expanded regional in 2 weeks, and I haven't played a single game of expanded," right? And that is what made it more fun, right? That's what made it expanded more fun. Is people would be like, "Oh, I got an expanded regional in 2 weeks. I don't even know. Like, I don't even know I don't know anything about this format." That was awesome. Yeah, that was freaking sick. Yes, that was sick. Right, and the format was so wide that it was impossible to fully wrap your mind around the entire format in 2 weeks, right? So, yeah, I kind of miss that. I do, because it was fun. It was fun. The sense of discovery was fun. And I feel like that's kind of like what makes card games fun, right? The sense of discovery is what makes card games fun. In general, discovering strategies, discovering combinations, discovering winning recipes, right? That's what makes card games fun. So when you get to do more of the discovering, that makes it more fun. When you are just copying a deck list from people who have already done well, right? You're missing a large portion of the fun. You can still have fun, but you're missing part of it. You're not participating in the discovery. You're just kind of acting out what's already been done. So, yeah, the discovery is exciting. The discovery is fun. And I think with more different formats, there's more opportunity for discovery, which just makes things more fun for more people. So, yeah, we got Clara too. Put up to 3 in any combination of Pokemon that doesn't have a rule box or basic energy card from your discard pile in your hand. It's like Clara. And I'm not, and I'm not talking bad about anybody who does copy lists. I do it. What I'm saying, though, is that I'd have more fun if I felt like I had more room to brew. Which is why I really love Gym Leader Challenge. I have more fun when I have room to experiment, right? The more room to experiment I have, the more fun I'm having. That's what I'm saying, right? Yeah. The more room to experiment I have, the more fun I'm having in the card game. This card's not that bad. In Magic, we call this being a Johnny. Brewing combos is most of the fun. Right. Well, Skulkin, I think that, kind of, it's obviously impossible for me to talk about Gym Leader Challenge objectively, but it feels like if I didn't make Gym Leader Challenge, somebody would have, because the Pokemon TCG desperately needed something after Expanded kind of fizzled out, right? So what I'm saying is that, like, the community kind of collectively would have longed for something like it if it didn't exist. So the community would have eventually created it, if that makes sense. If anyone else made the format, it wouldn't be nearly as popular. Well, maybe so. This card could get played in Lost Box, right? Didn't, like, Sablezard just love Clara? Isn't this just like a card you could just put in Sablezard again? But I guess you can't get Charizard, so never mind. Not in Sablezard. You can't even get Zard, dude. All right. All right, maybe it's trash then. Okay, all right, fine. Maybe it's trash. Maybe so. This is a Dino Box card. So what did we decide about the Gym Leader Challenge ruling? Do we have to, like, we have to make an amendment that says that you can't Evo Soda for break cards now? Is that what we ended up deciding? Can't Evo Soda for cards that are out of format? I think, what, TPCI? No break cards? No, I don't think I was fully convinced of the no electromagnetic radar. I don't think I was fully convinced of that. I was convinced of no Evo Soda for breaks. I think that's fine. No, break cards are not allowed in GLC, which is why... Why would I ever make custom in-game rules for GLC? I'm not Soda King. I'm trying to more closely align... I'm trying to more closely align Gym Leader Challenge rules with what the Pokemon Company is ruling. That's why we're having the discussion. I'm not making my own custom rules. Sure, Matter Splatter, what's the... Yeah, send me the article so we can pull it up. Yeah, where's this article at? Are people really that concerned about it? Listen, this is news. All right, Pokegym, here we go. All right. Salvatore ruling, right? In a Gym Leader Challenge tournament, singleton, monotype, no rulebox cards allowed. Would this ruling prevent a deck that is capable of running water or fighting Pokemon from using Brooklet Hill? Oh, God. Good God. All right. We have people who are not me ruling on Gym Leader Challenge, which owns. Okay. So, but where's the ruling you told me about for... Where's the ruling you told me about for the... What was the precedent that we're talking about? Where is that? The precedent that we were talking about. Yeah. That you were talking about, that they ruled that you can't... Oh, it's right here. All right, but where is this OP? Where can I find this OP? On the Pokegym front page. All right. Dang, I haven't been to Pokegym in a long time. Compendium updates? This? Got it. Can I use Salvatore to search my deck for a card that is not legal for play in the current tournament format? For example, in a standard format tournament, could I use Salvatore on Raichu to search for Raichu Break? No. A card has to be legal for play in the designated tournament format in order to be searched by Salvatore. Okay. So what I don't get, Jamie... All right, I'm blaming you, Jamie. Here's the deal. And this is the problem. This is the problem. Is that Gym Leader Challenge isn't run by TPCI or the Pokemon Company. So don't ask them. Don't ask them. Okay? It's not run by them. Right? They don't come up with the rules. So don't ask them. They don't run gymleaderchallenge.com. So the problem with going to them is that then I have to get their ruling through the grapevine and then put it up on gymleaderchallenge.com. How much sense does that make? Right? So until, you know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. So do you really want me to go through, you know what I mean? Anyways, so right, if they ran gymleaderchallenge.com, then it would make sense to ask that, but they don't. So I think we should have this as a community discussion, probably in the GLC discussion in the Discord, right? So this is something that we as a community have to discuss. How do we want to rule it? Unless, unless the Pokemon Company is going to start running this, unless they're going to take over Gym Leader Challenge and kick me out and start creating the rule set themselves. No, and I'm not going to update it to the extent of Brooklet, which is why I'm mad that Jamie went asking them for information on it, because they're not the ones who make the rules and they don't know anything about it. They're not the ones who run Gym Leader Challenge format, right? So so don't go asking them. Yes. Yes, GLC is a format, not a separate set of rules. It very much has its own separate set of rules, though. Is a format not a separate set of rules? Now, for Gym Leader Challenge, I try to keep the Gym Leader Challenge rule set as close to standard as possible. I try to keep everything as simple, but there are some situations where I'm going to have to deviate or make calls, right? With this rule change, radar would not be allowed in GLC, right? Exactly. Yes. So that's what, so that's something that we're going to have to... We're going to have to, think about this for sure and how we want to do it. Let's see. So the question is, can I use Salvatore to search my deck for a card that's not legal for play? So I would say that for Gym Leader Challenge, we're going to say, all right, Evo Soda can no longer search for cards that are... Evo Soda can no longer search for break cards that are not in the format. And I think that makes sense to keep that the same, right? So that's going to be an update that we have to make. Well, it happens all the time, Co19, because if you run Evo Soda in your deck and you want to burn it so that you don't have to draw it later, right? You may have to play. So say I'm playing Evo Soda in my metal deck and all my Pokemon are evolved, but I've got a Bronzong in play and I want to burn the Evo Soda so that I don't draw it later, right? Exactly. It's actually way more relevant than you would think. Yeah. Or shuffle your deck for an Iono. Yes, that actually comes up more than you would think. Yeah. So now you can't burn it, right? Yeah, so that actually, so Salvatore is like, Salvatore is kind of just like the, using Salvatore to discuss other concepts, right? But I guess, so the thing is now that it's like Bronzong Break is not in format. So you can't burn it. So then now the question is, if your opponent's playing a fighting deck and they use Brooklet Hill, if you're playing a lightning deck, can you use Brooklet Hill to search your deck and fail it? That's the question. Jamie asks, and they say, based on Salvatore, looks like there is now the need to have a valid format legal target to player use a trainer. Could not use Brooklet Hill. But, dang it, Jamie. Why, Jamie. Look at what you did, Jamie. Look at what you did. I hope you're proud of yourself. See, Soda King, now look at where we are, right? Oh my God, right? Would you say that Evo Soda is an illegal play now if the only legal target is in the discard? Holy smokes. Like the Elisa Sparkle ruling? I guess you have to say that, right? It's like the Elisa Sparkle ruling. I can't play Evo Soda. I see that the only legal target's in your discard pile. But does the game know that it's a singleton format? So now we're getting into that, right? Because if it were a 4 of, does the game know that it's singleton? All right. So it does know. So the actual rules change. The game state now cares about the format. I know, and the game state didn't used to care about the format, right? So this is like a huge change. The game now knows the format being played. Right. But this was never a thing before. Ben Morse, I don't think that we will ever be able to play Gym Leader Challenge officially on TCG Live. No. But you can play, basically you'll be able to, I think you'll be able to create expanded games maybe eventually on TCG Live and just follow the rules yourself, right? Ursa Major, here's the thing. As Gym Leader Challenge continues to grow in popularity and become more widespread, we were always going to get into the weeds like this. The weeds were inevitable. If it's successful, there's going to be weeds. We're going to have to get into them, period. That's just what it is. You're going to have to actually, do this stuff. So how does the game know that there's not a dual type Pokemon in your deck? So here's the funny thing, right? So then you just have to have a deep card pool, because say, let's talk about Galvantula. So if you're playing a Lightning deck, you can use Turffield. So what you're saying is, if I'm playing a Lightning deck, I can use Turffield to shuffle my deck, but I can't use Brooklet. That's what you're saying? Just to be clear. And that makes everybody feel better about themselves and not worse. And this makes everybody feel good and not bad. Soda King says, I'm starting to realize why that ruling was the way it was. Right. Right, which is why I'm going to say you could always search and fail. Right? I think that's fine. Yep. You can always search and fail. I don't feel like letting Lightning decks play. I don't think that it makes sense to let Lightning decks use Turffield, but Lightning decks can't use Brooklet. Right? You can't Evo Soda for breaks, though. I think that it makes sense to... I think it makes sense to no longer allow... But then you have to ban electromagnetic radar, right? Doesn't that also rule out any cards that search the format for illegal cards? So, like, the other question I was getting into is, like, so part of the problem with this is, like, and this is what I was bringing up originally. So say I am playing an Archie's Blastoise deck, right? I'm not saying that this is good. It's just a theoretical concept, right? Playing a water deck with an Archie's engine, right? And I'm looking for cards that discard cards from my hand. Are you saying that in my water deck, I'm not allowed to play Mysterious Treasure? You're telling me in Gym Leader Challenge, I would not be allowed to play Mysterious Treasure in my water deck? No. You definitely would be allowed to play Mysterious Treasure in your water deck. Absolutely. You could, but there are better options. I don't care if there are better options. It's a thought experiment. You definitely should be allowed to play Mysterious Treasure in your water deck, right? Right? Right. Now, next question. Should you be allowed to play Electromagnetic Radar in your water deck? I kind of agree with you. I think you should be able to play this card. What? All right, so then do we need to ban Radar and Cherish Ball? Do I need to ban Cherish Ball? Is this what we need to do? You can't legally resolve the effect. Only the cost per the new rules. I know, McLeod, I know. Well, I think that, okay. Well, I think that, so the problem is that you're not banning cards, right? You would just have to update the rules. So we would go to the rules page, right? gymleaderchallenge.com, and we would go to the rules. Look how simple they are. Isn't this nice? Isn't this just clean cut? Doesn't this just feel fantastic? How simple everything is? Wouldn't you hate to add another line of text here? It's just part of the rules, part of the Pokemon trading card game rules. Yes, but in order to clarify things, we have to have those rules here as well. People are just going to be asking constantly. You just have to have the resource there. Put it on the frequently asked questions. So, like, I think, because you would have to say your deck can only contain one type of color of Pokemon. And it's not, no, so Snoopy, it's not just part of the game rules. Because do you really want to get into a situation, Snoopy, where someone is allowed to play a card in their deck? Do you really want to get into a situation where someone is allowed to play Electromagnetic Radar in their deck, but cannot play the card? Like, you don't want to get into that, right? Or like, so you have to like say that cards that search for cards that are not in format are not allowed, right? Cards with a rule box that are not allowed. It should be a different line. Cards with a rule box, cards that search. All right. Are there any cards that No, that's the thing is like you should be allowed to put Brooklet Hill in your Psychic deck. You should be able to play Mysterious Treasure in your Water deck. Right? No, and that's the thing is that Tag Call can search out. So Tag Call searches out tag team cards. A lot of tag team cards are GX Pokemon, but there are GLC legal tag team cards, which are the supporters. Right? Well, we're not getting into semantics for no reason, Chaos, because the reason is Jamie. Jamie's the reason. It's not for no reason. There is a reason. Yes, love you too, Jamie. Yes, but there is a reason. But I will agree that, yes, of course we are... Right, because the issue here is that we have people, you know, we have people ruling on Gym Leader Challenge, but they, you know what I mean? But like that they would rule a certain way. But is that in keeping with the spirit of the format, right? Is this ruling right here in keeping with the spirit of the format? And the people making these comments don't have to do the thinking about all the other implications that something like this would apply to the format. So I would say, no, this is not correct for Gym Leader Challenge. Gym Leader Challenge, you should be able to use Brooklet to search your deck for a card that isn't there, right? No, see, Wasteland streams, no. Unless you have a valid target in your deck, you shouldn't be able to play X card. That doesn't even make any sense. What if I have no basic Pokemon in my deck? I shouldn't be allowed to play Quick Ball? What if I'm playing a deck with no evolutions in it? I shouldn't be allowed to play Evolution Incense? That's not a format restriction. So I guess it all boils down to Galvantula. Are we really going to allow Lightning decks to use Turffield Stadium? That's the exception. That's what we're doing. This is how deep we're going. Lightning decks can use Turffield because of this card, but nobody else. That's what we're doing? No, that's not what we're doing. That's ridiculous, right? And Fire, right? And Fire can use Turffield too. And Darkness, yes. Fire, Darkness, and Lightning can all use Turffield. What if Galvantula's already in play? Can then I use Turffield? Right. See? And that is why we're not doing it. All right. and what if Galvantula is already in your discard pile? Then can I use Turffield? No. Right. And then what happens if the Pokemon Company decides to print more dual types? Right? Singleton monotype should be a deck building restriction, not a gameplay restriction. I agree. I think Ben kind of said it best there. I agree. So completely disregard this question. Jamie should have never posted to the PokeGym chat, okay? Completely disregard this. Completely disregard it. Because this is not the direction we're going to go. All right? This is actually going to be so sick. I don't know that I have a... Hold on. I don't think I have a PokeBeach login. Let me see. All right, login, Google. Continue. Ooh, okay, all right. Login. I have a PokeBeach account. All right, where is it? How do I get back to where I was? Whatever, PokeGym, PokeBeach, yes, I'm here. Okay. Furby, that's my name? Man, I made this a long time ago. I have 4 messages total. Can I change my name? Why is my name Furby? I don't know, I made it a long time ago, bro. I don't know. All right, preferences. My profile. Can I edit? Card strategy and ruling discussions. I need to create a new account. All right. I can't post under Furby, bro. I cannot do this. Do it? How are they going to believe that I'm Tricky Jim? How do I log out? Where's my profile? There we go. Log out. Log in. Register now. All right. Da, 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 da. Here we go. Confirm the email. Return to the homepage. All right, thank God. Okay. This is so much better. All right, welcome to Tricky Jim on PokeBeach. Okay, or PokeGym. Here we are. All right. We're so back. We are so back. All right. All right. So where do I find this post? Jamie? Latest posts. On the right column. There we are. Excellent. Okay. Hold on. I need to make... This is looking really newbie and not official. All right. I need to... Let's see. I need a nice avatar that's going to make me get lots of respect. Okay. How do I edit my avatar? I'm not going to get any respect on the gym with this avatar. The T, bro. All right. Preferences. Ooh. Okay. Real name. That's me. Shirt size. Extra large. Okay. All right, I'll save that. Okay. And then account details. My profile. Dang it. How do you make an avatar? All right. Alerts, following, ignoring, preferences, signature. Your profile? No, I can't click that. Can't click any of that. About? Settings, account details, password, security, privacy, preferences, signature. Signature? Oh, on the profile page. About. No. Profile posts, latest activity, postings. All right, fine. I guess I'm just going in with the T, bro. It'd be great if I could. Am I really just gonna have to go in with the T? This website, to be fair, is from like 1997. All right, hold on. I'm gonna give it account details, identities, Pokemon Go for PTCGO screen name. CGO is dead. Okay. Settings tab. Your profile. Formerly known as All right, about. Password and security tab. All right, hold on. Oh, no, not password and security. You guys are trolling. All right. Preferences. Signature. All right. What should I put in my signature? Should I put a quote? All right. What kind of stuff? All right, let's see. I really want like an AOL instant messenger, like, you know, kind of vibe to it. Like, how do you think I could change font size? Can I change GLC Daddy? And then, like, I also kind of want, like, Yeah, like a, kind of like a squiggly. Yeah, like that. And then, yeah. And then I want an image of like a vanillux, vanillish. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, like him. All right. Yeah, image. Oh my God, it's got to come from a link. Okay, hold on. I can photo bucket. Or Imgur. All right, Imgur. All right, here we are. We got to go to Imgur and I got to log in. All right, I'm logged in. Posts. How do I add a? No, I just want my images. Oh, here's my images. All right, good. Okay, and then I gotta upload one. New posts. All right, there we go. Literally making a MySpace profile. All right. All right. And then I'm gonna need to grab the link to that. Copy the link. All right, cool. And then, okay, here we go. Edit my sig. Insert. What? Why? Copy link. Get share links. HTML embed. Copy. Oh, I doubled up the HTTPS. All right. That's probably it. Yeah. All right, copy. So I'm just going to copy. Sure. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Okay. Going over here. Okay. Image. Insert. All right. Link to the image file. We're going to try that. All right. Forums. All right. That's what we're doing here. Okay. All right. It's not working. It's fine. I feel like I need more for my SIG, though. They're not going to trust that this is like. All right. They're not going to trust that this is like legitimate information, you know? All right. All right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, number one TCG live fan. All right. According to an old forum post, you cannot upload your own profile pics until custom avatar day. Oh my god. All right. You can still add the picture, just remove the image from your copy paste link. Think so? All right, they're not going to take me seriously. They're not going to take me seriously. All right, here we go. Co-19, this is part of the content. All right, here we go. All right, fine. Thank you, Hiro Koami. All right, we're going in. We're going in. Okay, here we go. Where are the forums? Okay. 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 For the dual type Pokemon that exist in their card pools. All right. Any notes? You hate when your boss uses smileys? Oh, I use smileys like that all the time. All right. Oh, yeah, dude. That SIG looks crazy. That SIG goes hard. What is this, 2009? That was the point. Yeah, because we're on a forum from like 1999. All right. Very cool. Yeah, so the Stadium Carbs and Gym Leader Challenge, you don't have to worry about that. Now, I do think that we're going to have to... Okay. Yeah, what about Evo Soda? So... Yeah, all right. Yeah, back to Pokegym. See, this is work, all right? There's work to be done here. There's work to be done here. Because all right, the stadium thing made me mad because we're not going to do the stadium thing. And you should be able to, is it Pokegym.net? Yeah. You, yeah, it's not done yet, right? It's not done yet because we previously we had been playing with the assumption that you can Evo Soda for break Pokemon that aren't in the format, but I think that Jamie, I withdraw my question. That's funny. Oh, I know Jamie's here. Yeah. Of course. I think that we probably are going to need to update the frequently asked questions. Thank you, anonymous gifter, for that gifted sub. I don't know who the fake Tricky Jim is that just posted there. I don't know. A troll. But, but we're going to have to update the frequently asked questions of gymleaderchallenge.com to address the Salvatore ruling, right? That you can't search for a card outside of the format. I think that this is something that we've kind of been like, we've been chatting about this for a long time. Yeah, we've been chatting about this for a long time when it comes to Gym Leader Challenge. So I think like the Pokemon Company taking like one direction on it kind of just makes sense. Gonna help, we'll just follow their lead on that, right? Well, that's the thing is like, do we actually ban, like, do we ban Cherish Ball and Electromagnetic Radar? And it's like, it's not banned, but do we put them in the same category as like they can't be played because they have no legal targets in the format, right? So I think so. And I'm okay with that. I think so. Do you restrict repeat ball? No, right? Because repeat ball. Oh, repeat ball. I was thinking friend ball. Repeat ball? Oh, God. See, now we're in a... But why even have to address it? Just don't be a goofball, you know? Just don't be... Can you play a repeat ball in Gym Leader Challenge? For those of you that don't know. Right? Right, at least there's a use for Radar, right? Thank you, Bowser Games, for the Prime sub. Can you play a friend ball in a non-mirror match? Yes, per the Brooklet Hill ruling. Yes. So that's what, and that's part of why we have to make the Brooklet Hill ruling, right? We have to make the Brooklet Hill ruling that you can use Brooklet Hill to search no matter what because of cards like Friend Ball, right? Because Friend Ball is useful sometimes, but there's no way that you should only be able to play Friend Ball if you're against a tight mirror and not in other games. You should be able to burn your Friend Ball in other games, right? You know what I'm saying? For those of you that don't know. Right, so Friend Ball is a valid inclusion in your deck, right? You could play Friend Ball. If you are expecting a lot of colorless mirrors, you could play Friend Ball in your colorless deck, right? But then if you're up against a grass deck, is that friend ball just a card you can't play? No, you can play it. You're just going to fail it, right? Friend ball does work against dual types as well. Yes. Well, that's the reason we had to differentiate from. We have to differentiate from this, right? It looks like you would have to have a valid format legal target to play or use a trainer. So I'd say non-water and non-fighting decks could not use Brooklyn Hill. Yeah, we're not doing that, right? We're not doing that at all because it has a lot of other implications, right? We're not doing that. You understand how silly that would be if we did that? We're not doing that. There are a lot of other silly implications that you would have if you adopt that line of logic, right? We're not doing that. Now, Gym Leader Challenge, I mean, and that's the thing with Gym Leader Challenge is like, and that's the reason why having the website's so important, because we can't just, we can't just adopt absolutely everything that the Pokemon Company does because we are our own separate format. So the new ruling will be implemented to GLC, but not affect cards that care about specific types. Yes. Thank you, Soda King, for articulating that. Yes, I think so, right? The new rule will apply to Gym Leader Challenge except for the case of type-specific cards, right? Maybe. All right, but what about Repeat Ball? I mean, it's silly because we have to make a whole bunch of rulings based on, like, cards that are never going to see play. Can you Evo Soda for only Bronzong if it's in your discard pile? And Trevor, I think that's a really good question. I don't know. What do you guys think? Isn't the whole premise what we do and don't know? Right. We know your deck is fire, but don't know if you have dual types. But we know you can't have two cards of the same name. We do know that your Bronzong isn't available, so you can't play it, right? I mean... Man, we're really in the weeds. Man, I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. No, it is this serious, right? Because we have to decide how it's gonna go. We have to decide how it's gonna go so we can post about it on gymleaderchallenge.com. So then it's, you know what I mean? So then it's ubiquitous, right? We did have a discussion like this a year ago, yes. Right, failing a search should be legal, yes. See, so Holler's bringing up the exact point. You can't use Elisa Sparkle if all 4 Fusion Strike Energy are in public knowledge areas. So knowing that a card count limit is 1 in GLC, you shouldn't be able to search for Bronzong for your lone Bronzor if Bronzong's in the discard pile. I think I agree with that. Right? The ruling came out for TM Evo. That is funny. Chunk them into the, if you know for sure you can't do it, then you can't. But then, like, if we just say that, except for Stadium searching for, like, oh, God. Yeah, do you see how in the weeds we are? Because we have contradictory logic, right? We have contradictory logic because of the Stadium. I don't want to... This is why the stadiums got brought into the discussion, of course. Are we so then we're really gonna go with fire decks, darkness decks, and lightning decks can all use Turffield, but no other decks can, and grass decks can use Turffield. So we're gonna say 4 out of the 6 decks can use Turffield because of dual type cards. And everybody just has to remember that. Well, I don't think we have to decide it today. But that's really strange, right? All right. Anyways, I have to go to the bathroom. Hang tight. I'll be right back. Much to think about. Good God. What a mess. What a freaking mess, bro. All right. This sucks. All right. Oh, I'm sure they are going to love us over on Pokegym, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, well, Gym Leader Challenge has always followed the core game play rules of the Pokemon TCG to make things easier, right? But then when a change like this happens, it doesn't always make things easier, does it? Right? Up until this point, we've made everything right. So then we have to like. Up until this point, we've just followed the same because it just makes everything easier. If you ban dual type, stuff gets easy. Yeah, but we'll never do that. Could just ignore all of it and it would be fine. Well, right, if we ignore all of it, then we just say, all right, we got to defer to... It's kind of hilarious, you know. It would all work out because we would just say, like, all right, whatever they say goes. One new rule. Ignore the Salvador rule. See, if we just close our eyes, then all the problems go away. Right. No, I think that... Holy smokes, dude. I mean, with this precedent, like, if we just embrace exactly the change that is happening, then we have to say, like, all right, Brooklet can't search. You have to apply it. I think, like, getting into the weeds and actually doing, like, taking... If we say that, like, the game doesn't know about the type but knows about everything else, it just makes things even more complicated, right? So I wanted to keep things simpler, but if you say that, like, the format doesn't know about the type but does know about everything else, is that not more complicated? No, we're not. The way to do it is to say we follow what you can do on the online client. Gym Leader Challenge doesn't exist on the online client. At this point, well, then you also have to consider that, like, I mean, Gym Leader Challenge is our format. If we decided that we wanted to play supporters turn one going first, we could do that, right? If we decided that we wanted to start the game with an 8-card hand, we could do that too. We can do anything that we want to do. We could do whatever we want. We made it up. We could adopt the Magic the Gathering mulligan system. For sure. Now that there is no, I mean, so like when we started Gym Leader Challenge, there was a real incentive to keep the game rules aligned closely with the real game rules from from Standard, so that we could play on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online. But now the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online no longer exists. Expanded format is no longer playable in a digital client, and now there's even less motivation to keep things exactly the same. I mean, we could do whatever we want, but from a game design standpoint, usually I just want to keep things as close to official as possible so that it makes things easier, right? And that's been our philosophy up until this point. Just keep the game rules the same. It makes things easier. But now, obviously, with these changes, it makes things less easy. So that's why there's the big hubbub, right? Because up until this point, just following exactly what the Pokemon Company is doing with Standard makes things easier. But now, because of this change in ruling, we're making things less easy. Exactly. Apologist GLC is a format the game wasn't designed around. It's bound to run into its own need for rulings and such, which is exactly why GymLeaderChallenge.com exists. Exactly. Because clarification is needed. Right? I love being able to use my opponent's Brooklet Hill to search my deck. I love being able to do that. No, you do gain stuff from it. Sometimes you get cards Iono to the bottom of the deck and you want to reorder your deck. Reordering your deck is a very valid thing to want to do in the Pokemon TCG right now with cards like Iono and Marnie. Extremely valid. Then play a valid card that shuffles your deck. Well, up until this point, Brooklet Hill was a valid card that shuffled my deck. You didn't have a valid target in your deck? And I couldn't have had a valid target in my deck. All right. So I think upon thinking about it further, as much as I don't like it, we may have to just go this route, right? We may have to go this route. Just like previously, like weirdly previously, you had to remember, right, Soda King? Like, I don't love it, but it's just the reality, right? I might have to delete my post. I was thinking about deleting my post, and then I realized that there's a bunch of trolls on there copying my post, so there's no point of deleting the post. So now I need to leave the post. So now I need to leave it because it's been copied at least twice. So I did make an addendum. I did. That's what I had to do. This wouldn't have happened if I posted under Furby. I could just claim that it wasn't me. Right. Delete Tricky Jim, switch back to Furby. Man, oh man. So, yes, thinking about it more, I think that, you know, I mean, okay, so with Evo Soda before, you had to be aware of which cards had break Pokemon, and you could use Evo Soda or burn it if you had a break Pokemon in the card pool, in the theoretical card pool. That was kind of like a wacky. That was kind of like a wacky ruling previously. Right. That required like odd knowledge. What if my board state is Snorlax doll in the active and Lily's Polka doll on the bench? Can I use Brooklet Hill? McClid, you're on thin ice. You're on thin ice, Buster. I don't. I don't think I realized what kind of I'm laughing because this is the problem. Yes. I'm laughing because this is getting to the heart of the problem, right? It is a valid question. And that's why I'm laughing. Someone call in Kant, Plato, and Aristotle. We have a question. We were in the cave the whole time. Right, so then you shouldn't have to treat it like D&D where the rules and guidelines can be ignored if it's getting into the fun of the game. Right, okay. Lily's Pokédoll is a colorless Pokemon in play, so using Brooklyn Hill would be illegal if you're only having to play even when you're playing. You can start. So the reason why it's perfect is because Snorlax doll can be started, right? You can start a Snorlax doll, right? That's why it's the perfect situation. You could start a Snorlax doll without revealing what type you're playing. So then you get into the position where do you have to disclose what type you're playing from the get-go? And that's obviously a no, right? No, you don't have to disclose what type you're playing, right? Right, so the rule would be that the type is not public knowledge and the search is legal. $100 bits from Brandon, thank you. Connor solved this. Making deck search itself an effect of a card invalidates like 10 of the worst rulings of the compendium. Right. Once your type becomes public knowledge, it changes. Is that really what we're going to do? See, Konstantinos, I think you just have to know that. There are some things about the game you just have to know. I'm trying to keep up with it. Things are moving very fast. Let's see. Since Andrew didn't see my comment, Salvatore is a question of format legality, and technically every type is legal in GLC. So stadium searching like Brooklet should be legal, right? But Evo Soda isn't because the format is singleton. Right. I think I... Huh. So... Okay, well, I guess the... Ben's like, yeah, I'm into Star Wars now. I'll see you later. Are you allowed to play Forest Sealstone knowing it serves no purpose Right. Deck building restrictions are rules of the format. See Elisa Sparkle and Fusion Energy, right? You can play Elisa Sparkle until all 4 Fusion Energy are in public knowledge. If the format knew that you could only play... All right. So similarly, you can play Elisa Sparkle in Gym Leader Challenge as well. And you can play your 1 Fusion Energy. So similarly, let's say, for instance, right? You have your 1 of Fusion Energy in play in your Gym Leader Challenge deck. You can't use Elisa Sparkle, right? Because you know that your 1 of Fusion Energy is in play. Right? And the game knows that it's singleton. Evo Soda has to search for a card that evolves from a card that you have in play. And so Evo Soda should not work if the only valid target's in your discard pile. Right? Right. I think that's fair. If the only valid target for Evo Soda is in the discard pile, you can't play it. And if you have no legal targets for Evo Soda, you obviously can't play it. Right? Jin says, but the limit of 4 to a card is a rule of the game, not a rule of the format. It has to be a rule of the format, right? Because Gym Leader Challenge being singleton is a rule of the format. See tournament rule 5.5 limited format. What about quick ball if all basic? No, you could have... There's no way to know if your opponent has another basic in their deck. There's no way to know that. But there is a way to know... You can have a board state. You can have a board state that has no legal evolutions on it. Like, no possible legal evolutions on it. So then you couldn't play Evo Soda. Right? Hiro Koami says, what if my opponent looked at my hand previously and saw the 1 of evolution there? Beish, we're assuming that GLC will never be legal on TCG Live. There's no point in assuming that. Yeah, hands are still private knowledge, right? Yeah. Huh. So yes. What if my board is Snorlax Doll in the active and Lily's Polka Doll bench? Can I use Brooklet Hill? That's so sick. Yes. Right? Yes. And I think that kind of gets to the core of it. You should be able to. Unless you have to report your type at the beginning of the game. Unless you have to report the type of deck you're playing, right? What are all the dual type Pokemon? Are there any dual type basics? Ban them. Just ban them. Just ban them. What are all the dual types? Why are dual type Pokemon allowed in GLC? Why not? Dual type. Are there any dual type basics that are not EXs? I don't think so. That's really it? There's really only 1, 2, there's only 4? 5? There's only 5? That's it? Volcanion does, but it's an EX, so it's not allowed anyway. Ban him. Ban him. The thing is that the dual types like make the ruling unnecessarily complicated, right? No. Dual types by means of no, I'm absolutely not going to ban dual types. Absolutely not. If someone wants to play the Retaliate Bisharp, knock yourself out there. All right. Knock yourself out. You want to play this card? More power to you. Azumarill lets water play Diantha. Fantastic. It does fix a lot if you ban them, but it doesn't fix everything, right? It doesn't fix everything because what about this? All right, so, you know, what if we can't use, you know, if you're playing a grass deck, but you happen to play a Snorlax doll and you open Snorlax doll, am I allowed to use Brooklet Hill if I open Snorlax doll? Snorlax doll is considered colorless, yes, but it's not considered colorless in your deck list. It's only considered a colorless Pokemon once it's put into play. It doesn't matter. Yeah, Snorlax doll is an item, so it can be played in any deck. It becomes a colorless Pokemon when you put it in play, similar to Blaziken. Right? Blaziken becomes a fighting type Pokemon when it has its ability in play. But it's not a fighting Pokemon. It's a fire Pokemon, right? Snorlax doll is not a colorless Pokemon. It's an item. It becomes a colorless Pokemon when it's put into play, and it's legal to be played in any deck because it's an item. Can you use Brooklet Hill if you're running fire? Well, no, because this isn't a fighting. I mean, there's no fighting basics in fire. But should you be able to use Brooklet Hill anyway? The game shouldn't care about the types you have in play. I agree. The game should not care about the types you have in play. We never left the game. Pokemon of every type are legal in the format, while rulebox Pokemon aren't. You can search for any legal Pokemon. Yes. I think that's where I feel like it should be. But you should be able, so then you should be able to play Mysterious Treasure in your water deck. Right? Thank you, Shadowfax, for the 100 bits. Because there is legal cards. There are legal cards in the format that Mysterious Treasure can search. Why would you want to? What if you're playing an Archie's water deck? And what if you're playing an Archie's Ace in the Hole water deck and you just want cards that discard other cards? And Mysterious Treasure is one. So then we're getting into a situation. So what do we decide about electromagnetic radar? This becomes a problematic card. Not that anybody plays it, but I have tried it before. Just play Ultra Ball, but you can't play two Ultra Balls. You can play an Ultra Ball and a Radar, though. Radar needs the ineligible tag. Unban everything, let chaos reign. If we can play Flare Tools... Oh, wait, are Flare Tools legal? What about this card? Jin says we could fix this by allowing rulebox Pokemon and removing the monotype restriction. No, it doesn't have a rule box, but it can only target Pokemon capital EX. New ruling, the cards that strictly search for rule box Pokemon should be ineligible. Right, because you get weird situations where you have to say, you would have to say, like, because even Bridget, right? Bridget, search your deck for one basic Pokemon EX. Illegal card. Or 3 basic Pokemon. Okay, it's legal now, right? And put them onto your bench, right? So it's like, this is legal. The or makes it legal because it has an effect that is legal. Ah, yes, Blitzel. See, yeah, you've got it. Right. And then tag call, similarly, tag call, right? Tag call searches for tag team cards, which includes Pokemon GX, but there are cards that are legal for play, like Belelba and Bryson Man, Guzma and Hala, Cynthia and Caitlin, that are legal to be searched, right? So then what about Forest Seal Stone, right? Legal or not legal in Gym Leader Challenge? Legal, right? It is legal. It is legal. say I have my really cool tool drop deck, right? And I just want to do lots of damage with my tool cards. It is legal. Yeah, right? See, I've got a Trubbish, I've got Whimsicott, I've got all the guys that do damage with tools. Yeah. Right, and you could attach Metal Frying Pan to a grass Pokemon, sure. No, Forest Seal Stone does not have to be attached to a V Pokemon. No, it does not. It has to be attached to a V Pokemon to use the V-Star power. You can attach it to whoever you want. Doesn't search for anything. Okay, true. So we think that... Yes, I agree with your summation there, Soda King, 100%. So we would say, let's see. Nick has been arguing about the ruling in various group chats for 48 hours. That's so sick. All right. And the Salvatore ruling is... We should write things down. This makes it a lot easier. So if people are popping in, then we can just... They have a quick, you know, kind of... I hate that. All right, where is Pokegym? Here we go. Salvatore ruling. Yoink. Okay, this is the Salvatore ruling. That was an important point of discussion there. Anybody see where my screenshot where my screenshot went? All right, hold on. Here we are. Beautiful. All right. Uh-huh. Okay. Would like to get behind text, in front of text, wrap text. Okay, cool. Can I use Salvatore to search my deck for a card that's not legal for play in the current tournament format? For example, in a standard format tournament, could I use Salvatore and Raichu to search for Raichu Break? No. So then you have to say, rule box clause is enforceable when considering card text, while the monotype clause is not. Okay, that is probably it. Yeah. far, discussion has led us to think that Rulebox on GLC should enforce what cards are legal for play and which cards can be sought out. Okay. Of the deck. We are still discussing the implications on type cards like Hill, Friend Ball, etc. Okay. In my opinion, I think the best thing to do would be to make the ruling that Gym Leader Challenge always considers itself to be generic expanded when it considers the game state. Pokemon Break exists and can be searched for, and the monotype restriction is not known by the game. At some point, we'll hopefully be playing online again, and this is probably how things will go there. That is a very fair point, right? That is a fair point. But also, from a game designer's standpoint, I don't really, from a game designer's standpoint, I don't really, I want the format to make sense on its own merits and not be and not be compromised by, having to abide by a rule set on a format that basically no longer exists, right? So I do kind of live in a idealistic world, where we want things to make sense on their own merits. But I do get the reality of wanting it to jive with a hypothetical TCG Live expanded format rule set, right? Exactly. So all right. Soda King is making a list of cards that become illegal to put into play with this new ruling in GLC. Oh my god. So then so Evo Soda should not be allowed to search for break cards since Gym Leader Challenge, since they are not legal in GLC. This also means that cards that search for explicitly for cards that are not legal in GLC, like Cherish Ball and Electromagnetic Radar, are not legal for play in Gym Leader Challenge. Right. McLid says GLC game state knows it's singleton, not monotype, solves the world's problems. Something like that. Right. Cards are legal. All right. So, yeah. So this is new precedence. You know, it's coming out of Japan. These are rules. And this is a change. This is a change, right? Can I play Salvatore if I'm playing colorless and Eevee is my only Pokemon? Why you gotta do this, Blitzel? See? Why you gotta do this? All right, so then we said Evo Soda. The singleton issue is the way bigger problem. I think that just... All right, here we are. Based on the news, however, the following updates to Doom Leaders are now being considered. So far, discussion has led us to think that rulebox restrictions on GLC should enforce what cards are legal for play and which cards can be sought out of the deck. We are still discussing the implications on type-specific cards like Brooklyn Hill, Friend Ball, etc. Evo Soda should not be allowed to search for break cards since they are not legal in GLC. This also means that cards that search explicitly for cards that are not legal in GLC, Cherish Ball, and Electromagnetic Radar, are not legal to play in GLC Challenge. Going down the Evo Soda rabbit hole, we now have to consider why should this ruling make Electromagnetic Radar and such banned? Shouldn't it just be impossible to play from hand? If it's impossible to play from hand, then shouldn't we just make the card not legal? So you should be able to put Electromagnetic Radar in your deck, but never be able to play it. No, I wouldn't put it on the ban list. We would just update the rules so that they say cards that search out cards that are not legal, right? Trash-a-lanch. See, but that... So, I mean, we're getting into... Going down the Evo Soda rabbit hole, we now have to consider whether the game knows if the format is singleton or not. Can I play Evo Soda if my only valid target is in the discard pile? Right. Should Path to the Peak be legal? We haven't even gotten there yet. I think Path should be well. I think Path to the Peak should be legal. Yes. All right. What about Jamming Net is also legal, right? And jamming net's legal. Right. Hey, Cody says if Timer Ball is a blank card, then we should be able to play all these other blank cards. If I play a deck with Gardevoir and my only other Gardevoir is discarded, could I still Evo Soda for Glade? Of course you could, yes. Because Kirlia has 2 legal evolutions, and I guess the game state knows that, and now you're supposed to know that. All right. Did you just list all of the... Did you list every single fairy basic Pokemon there, Knight? And then ask if you could play Quick Ball? Is that what you did? Did you list every single fairy basic? That's what you did, isn't it? You listed every fairy basic and then said, say I have every fairy basic in the discard pile or in play. Can I play Quick Ball? All right, we're banning fairy. All right, banning fairy. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, good point. Good point. That's a good one right there. That's real good. Yeah. There's the other. Love that. That's good. Soda King's got a list of cards that interact with things. That's great. Cards that are not allowed to be played from hand in GLC with the new rule. Red and Blue, Great Catcher, Cherish Ball, Great Potion, Olivia, Melanie, Flare Tools, Volo, Repeat Ball, Crossceiver, Cross Switcher, Adventures Discovery, Honey Rose, Electromagnetic Radar. Holy smokes. All right, some good points here. Some good points. Good points. Could I play Evo Soda if my only potential valid target is Scyther? We're getting at the same... It's all the same question. We're getting at the same question, just a bunch of different ways. No, we're not banning anything. It's just that we have a new precedence to work with, and we're wondering how that should affect things for us. We now have to consider if the format is singleton. Can I play Evo Soda? So I think the format. So new rules. I don't know where all my stuff went, but that's fine. New rules. Code red. The game now knows the format. That's the game is getting smarter. Previously, the game did not know the format, and this made things really easy. The game is sentient, yes, and is coming for you. So if the game knows the format, then the game knows that your deck is singleton. You cannot use Evo Soda if the only valid target is in the discard, right? See? Do you see how bad this is? Keep typing. I don't wanna. I don't wanna keep typing. All right. The game knows the format. Then the game knows that your deck is singleton, and therefore you cannot use Evo Soda. So, all right, the format. So now we're getting into, okay, I kind of like this. All right. Wait a minute. All right. The format. Aren't deck building restrictions? Isn't that what a format is? Those of you that are trying to separate format from deck building restrictions, those are literally the same thing. A format is the deck building restrictions. When I say, what is standard format? You say, it's all of the cards that are legal in standard. When I say, what is expanded format, someone tells me it's black and white on. Because those are the cards you're allowed to play. Shady comes in and is like, holy crap, we're deep. Yup. Yep, we are deep. We're in so deep I can't move on to anything else. Soda King says it's different with GLC since cards are legal in the format even if they're not legal in your deck. And that is unique to Gym Leader Challenge and not something that other formats have to deal with, which means that we have to set our own precedent because there are cards that are legal in the format that may not be able to be played in your specific deck of choice, right? The game knows the format, but does the game know what type you are playing? Now we have really arrived at the crux of the whole thing. We have finally, and this is a question that is unique to Gym Leader Challenge and cannot be extrapolated from a standard ruling. Right? And we say, because of the Snorlax doll clause, the game does not know. Because of Macleod's paradox. Because of Macleod. Because of Macleod's paradox, the game does not know what type you were playing. Right? All right. And I think that the game, does the game know what type you're playing? Does the game ever learn what type you are playing? And I think to that, I say no, it doesn't. I think the game knows the format, but does the game know what... The game is not sentient and does not learn. The game does not learn what type you are playing. But the game knows the format and knows that things are singleton, and it knows that... All right. say, for instance, you are playing standard format, right? Say you were playing standard format, and say that there is a hypothetical card that searches out Radiant Pokemon. Say there's Radiant Ball, and Radiant Ball is an item card that searches out Radiant Pokemon, right? In standard formats, you can only play one Radiant in your deck. If your Radiant is already... See, Ben, I know. I'm already there. I know. Right? So the game would know that Radiant Ball can't be played if you've already got Radiant Greninja in play. Right? And then, yes, the Culver's Machine and Elisa's. Right. So I think the game does know about the singleton clause, right? Game knows your deck is singleton, therefore you cannot use Eevee, so the only valid cards in the discard pile. Yeah. Then the game knows that there are no rule box Pokemon in your deck, therefore you cannot use cards that search explicitly rule box Pokemon. It's possible for that information to be private knowledge, but then once it becomes public knowledge, once your type becomes public knowledge, because of the Snorlax paradox, the game can never know what type you're playing. But does it learn? Does it learn? Does the game learn? What is the Snorlax paradox? This is the Snorlax paradox. Thank you, Akel, for the sub. If I mulligan a dragon type before creating the Snorlax paradox, does the game already know my type? See, and that's how I think that you have to say the game does not care. I will say the game does not care what type you are playing. It doesn't care. Boom. Thank you, DJ Backwards. It may know, but it don't care. Thank you, Chaos Aereo. Right? Dang, how deep are we, bro? I think it makes the best sense for the game to not care what type you are playing. No, it's for a lot of things. It's for a lot of things, but I think that it's best for the game to not care what type you're playing. So you can Evo Soda Eevee. Yeah. Yeah, you can. There is a legal evolution of Eevee in the card pool, but you will fail it. I think the best way to rule this is to say the game knows the format you're playing, but it doesn't know the type of your deck. Right? Why is singleton and monotype considered different? Because there's precedent. Basically, we're allowed to make up our own precedents for this because there is no possible precedence from the Pokemon Company because they do not run Gym Leader Challenge, right? I do. So we can follow precedents on this, and then make up our own with this. Thank you, Net Neutrality. For that sub, I appreciate it. How about an attack used by a Weedle that searches only other Weedles? So you can't even start to perform that attack, huh? No, but can you even search? You can't even use the attack. So that's good, right? You can't even use the attack, right? Which is kind of funny. You can't even use it. You lied to me. Oh, here it is. All right. Yeah, but like, isn't this the same as Elisa Sparkle? Like, you know that the only Weedle in your deck is in the active, therefore you can't even search, right? It's the same as Elisa Sparkle, right? And like, you can't use Mirage Step either, right? Subject didn't even know that Weedle existed. Well, there you go. Pokemon are different to trainers? Not necessarily. You can't search your deck for a card that's not there, right? Like if the game knows it's not there, and I think we're deciding that the game knows it's not there, right? Yeah, can you Mirage Step if there are 3 Kirlia in your discard pile? Where's the compendium ruling for Call for Family? You can announce Mirage Step, but not search, right? You can announce it, but nothing happens. No shuffle. Right, it doesn't make the card illegal, you just can't search, right? Can I ball guy if every possible legal ball is in the discard pile? No. But the odds of you running into somebody who is... the odds of that situation occurring are almost 0. Right. Okay. Soto King says, can I use Eevee's Call for Family to search through my deck if I already have 4 Eevee in play or in the discard pile? You can use the attack, but you cannot search your deck since it is public knowledge that you won't find an Eevee. Yes. The reason I'm saying care, actually care is the correct word because the game might know what type you're playing, but it doesn't care. I selected care on purpose because people might say, oh, but the game does know what type you're playing. So I'm saying the game doesn't care what type you're playing. That was an intentional choice. Even if the game does know, it doesn't care. No, maybe. Yes. Even if it does, the game shall not care. Okay. Should the game care? Should the game care what type you're playing? Should you be able to Brooklet Hill in your Lightning deck? I don't think so, right? All right, Matter Splatter thinks the game should care. All right. I will hear it. Yeah, I think the game should stay out of other players' business. I think personally the game should mind its own business. Do not tread on me, game. Yeah, see? That's the spirit. The game should care as it goes into the spirit of the game where you're playing steel and you know you cannot find anything with it. Matter Splatter, to counter your point, I would argue that it is very much not against the spirit of the game to use your opponent's turf field in a Lost Box deck. That's not against the spirit of the game. Not at all. Say I'm playing a high-level event and my opponent's playing a grass deck with a turf field in it, and I'm playing Lost Box. Are you telling me everybody knows that Lost Box doesn't have grass evolutions in it, right? Everybody knows that. Is it then against the spirit of the game to use my opponent's turf field to search or reorder my deck? No. Thank you, Mike the Giant. For that sub, I appreciate it. No. No, it's not against the spirit of the game. Huh. But also, like, keeping things consistent is good as well. So, like, though I think that it's better if the game doesn't care what type you're playing, there is an argument to keeping things consistent. But no, because of the Snorlax paradox. So no, you have to keep it this way. What about the Snorlax paradox? Of course, the type restrictions are baked into the form. So, Wheat, do you think that you shouldn't be able to use Brooklet if your opponent's playing a... All right, what about the Snorlax paradox, though? So, Weeder, you think that dark decks, fire decks, and lightning decks can all use turf field, but nobody else can? Grass, fire, lightning, dark can all use turf field, but nobody else. That's what we're doing. Because of these Jagamos right here. I know. I can't believe there's only 4 of them, but yes, there's only 4 of them. Five, Azumarill. Sorry. Fairy Erasure. All right, so then Matter Splatter. What if your opponent sees sees a card in the mulligan hands? Is that public knowledge? The game isn't set up yet. Please don't require players to memorize which 5 dual types there are. I will. If the game cares what type your deck is, then you have to have these memorized. All right, so then Weeder, do you think that Mysterious Treasure shouldn't be legal for play in your water deck? You think you shouldn't be able to play Mysterious Treasure in water? You can't even play the card. Game knows the format. Does the game know what type you're playing? I mean, that's kind of like this is kind of the crux of everything, right? There are 2. Either A, okay. Okay. Man. Who's playing Mysterious Treasure in Water anyways? Well, it doesn't matter if nobody's doing it. We have to know. But, all right, what if I have an Archie's Water deck, Wheat? Checkmate. I got an Archie's Water deck, and I want to play Mysterious Treasure and Electromagnetic Radar. Right. I'm not saying it's good, just saying what if, right? What if? I'm just saying what if. No, you can play Earthen Vessel and Professor's Letter because it's always possible that you could. It's not public information. The contents of your deck are not public information, right? Which makes me think that since the contents of your deck are not public information, that makes me think that your chosen type is the contents of your deck, and therefore it is not public information, even if it is, right? It's just like saying, of course there's no grass Pokemon in my Lost Box deck. But yeah. But I think the point is that should the game care what type your deck is? I don't think the game needs to care what type your deck is. The tournament organizer has to care. No, it doesn't. The tournament organizer has to care, but not the in-game rules don't. Sure, the tournament organizer. Weeder, I'd be go ahead and explain, how could a game state be broken without the game knowing what types each deck are? We have been playing as if the game does not know what type you're playing for 2 years now. If you play Remoraid in a fire deck, that is an invalid game state. I'd say that's an illegal deck. So what I'm saying is that is an illegal deck and should have never been allowed at the, you know what I mean? No, that's not an illegal game state. That's an illegal deck. And therefore you get a penalty for submitting an illegal deck. And if my opponent puts a Remoraid down in their fire deck, then I'm going to call over a judge and say they have an illegal deck, right? Because they submitted an illegal deck. It's like playing down an ADP in Standard, yeah. There's a lot to unpack here, you know. There's a lot to unpack. Huh. It's at least a lot to think about. But we are getting into we're getting into the weeds of what it means to, like, to run a custom format and to do all that. Oh, of course, Ben, of course. Subject is heading out, but they think that the only correct option is B. I also like B. Co19 agrees with my type bias, but would say that I'm biased toward it because I like brooklet shuffling. I just generally like less restrictions more than more, right? I enjoy from a player's perspective, I enjoy less restrictions on, like, things that I consider silly. See, Ice Cubist, yeah. If the game learns my type in game 1 of a best of 3, does it keep that knowledge in games 2 and games 3? Huh. The game never learns your type. Period. I think B makes the most sense, right? So I think, what do we say? That cards like Cherish Ball just can't be played. I think that makes sense, right? Again, the D&D rule of cool, just keep the cool. I agree. Cherish Ball is legal but can't be played. Yeah, Cherish No Brooklet, yes. Yeah, I think so, right? So then electromagnetic radar also would not be able to be played. So do you think that it makes sense to just make the cards not legal for play? Chaos, we're choosing to unpack this now because it just it was always going to need to be unpacked eventually, right? No, it wouldn't be a ban update. It would be a card legality update. No, you wouldn't ban these cards. You would update the rules saying that much like A-spec cards were no longer legal, you know, now these cards are no longer legal. Something like that, right? Right. So, like, yeah, Pokemon V aren't banned in Gym Leader Challenge. They're just not legal for play. Right. So no matter what, Electromagnetic Radar and Cherish Ball are not able to be played. So then I think that to make things... So then... Right. So we're saying that... Adventures Discovery... No, Path is fine because Path doesn't search anything. So I guess my question is, does allowing a card like Electromagnetic Radar to be played in a deck, but then not allowing that card to be played from hand, does that not make things more confusing? Is it less confusing to just not let a card like Electromagnetic Radar be played? I think you just don't let it be in a deck list, right? Because imagine allowing a player to submit a deck list with cards like this, but then saying in the middle of the event, having to follow them around and be like, you can't play that from hand, though. Can't play that from hand, though. Can't play that from hand, though. You know what I mean? Isn't it better to just not allow? It should be on the ban list directly? No. No. If I'm saying that a card can't be in a deck at all, that it has to go on the ban list, well, what about Arceus and Dialga and Palkia Tag Team GX? That card doesn't have to be on the ban list, right? Why doesn't it have to be on the ban list? Because you know that all Pokemon with a rule box can't be put in a Gym Leader Challenge deck. So what if you knew that cards that have no effect other than tutoring rule box Pokemon also can't be? What if that was just another thing you knew? And then you get into this weird situation. Yeah. Huh. How deep is this cave? It's extremely deep. All right. I think for simplicity, I think for simplicity's sake, you just let these kinds of cards live in the shadows, right? You can put it in your deck. I'm not going to ban it, but like it also doesn't do anything. And if you try to put it in your deck, you won't be able to use it. Right? Just let them be. No use banning. Yeah, no use banning. That's overly complicated. If someone wants to put electromagnetic radar in their deck, they're allowed to do that. However, they won't be able to play it. And they're going to have a bad time. You can use Cherish Ball in your deck, but you will not be able to play it. Yes. No, you can't fail it. You can't even start to search. According to the new rules, you cannot even start to search with this card. Because the format now is sentient. And the format knows, the game knows the format. The game now knows the cards that are legal in the format. This is new. There's a new ruling update. And since there's a new ruling update that says the game now knows, you can't use cards like Electromagnetic Radar and Gym Leader Challenge, because they search for cards that are not legal in the format. So what we are left to decide as the Gym Leader Challenge community is if the game knows what type of deck you're playing. Yes, similarly, you can put Repeat Ball in your deck. You are not allowed to search your deck with Repeat Ball in a Gym Leader Challenge deck. You are not allowed to, okay? The game now knows. The game now knows. It knows. What's the reason for letting someone search off Brooklet but not letting them use Cherish Ball? The Snorlax paradox. The Snorlax paradox. Yes, and Brooklet has valid targets in the format, but Cherish Ball does not. Right. I know. Trevor says, can't we just say the game thinks it's expanded? Yeah, but I think that Gym Leader Challenge is getting to the point where it's big enough that it needs to have its own ruling, right? More people play Gym Leader Challenge than expanded format right now. So why should we just say as a community, oh, we're like expanded, that dead format that nobody plays, right? Like, why would we do that? We need to form our own identity and be our own thing. You have to wear a hat with your type on it at every event. Yes. In fact, every time you play Gym Leader Challenge, you have to wear a shirt that is your type's color. Yes. I'm not totally set on this, though. I am willing to admit that, like, maybe the game does need to know your type, but it's so annoying if it does. It's so annoying if the game knows your type, and I would much rather the game not know your type. To you, it's more confusing if the game doesn't know your type? I don't think so. But I understand that some people are going to think that. I mean, clearly some people think that because some people have been kind of low-key campaigning for not allowing Brooklet to be used in non-fighting decks since the beginning. I mean, some people have been making that argument since day one. So, now it's all kind of coming to a head. Yeah, maybe we just have to... Megapula says you're allowed to do actions that you know will fail. Eevee with energy evolution and fighting energy. You are not allowed to play a card for no effect. I don't get why you wouldn't be able to play Brooklet. These two things are entirely separate from that. Do you get to search your deck? No, you don't get to search your deck with energy evolution if you attach a fighting energy to an Eevee, do you? Yeah, I kind of am with you there, Chaos. Yeah. Does the game forget your type? Well, that's the thing. I think in a lot of ways, it just gets easier if the game never knows your type. Compendium ruling on Eevee, no, you can't use Right. Because the game knows that there's no fighting type evolution to Eevee. Yes. Why does it matter if I slap a Charmander down as my starting Pokemon and I do a first deck search with Brookhill Hill? I'm saying. I'm saying. I know. I feel like they're impeding on my rights. I feel like it's like, why the government got to get involved, huh? Yeah, why the government got to get involved with my deck search? Huh? My deck, my search. Man. Oh, man. There's just a lot to unpack here, right? Yeah, so I kind of personally land that the game knows the legal card pool, and cards you can play are reflected by that legal card pool, but that the individual game does not know which type of deck you're playing. That's kind of where I've like semantically landed, but like but I need to think about it more. We need to talk about it more. You know, we'll carry it on a Gym Leader Challenge discussion in the Discord, and and I'll talk with Pokemon judges and things like that, and we'll try to figure out what just makes the most sense, right, from a logistics standpoint. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure where we go from here, but I think it does. There were definitely some interesting things that we've kind of decided and landed on, like obviously just kind of understanding the way that Evo Soto is going to work, the way that Cherish Ball and Electromagnetic Radar and Repeat Ball are all going to work. Like, that all makes a lot of sense. The last piece is just to figure out how the type-specific stuff is going to work. Is every LGS tournament host going to need to have a list of all possible targets memorized to accurately judge their events? And that's kind of where I'm at. It's so annoying, isn't it? Just go with A, clean and simple. It's not clean and simple. The Snorlax paradox. The grass dual type Pokemon. I can use Turfield if I'm playing Lightning. I can use Turfield if I'm playing Darkness. I can use Turfield if I'm playing Fire. I can use Dive Ball in my fairy deck. No, you can't use Turffield in your fairy deck because it's water. Okay. No, and we're not banning dual types. They're too cool. This is my deck and my rights. Well, yeah, I think my hope is that they print more dual types. I would never ban dual types because I genuinely hope that they print more. Like, look how freaking cool all of these dual types were back in the day. Like, I hope that they go through another wave of dual types. Yeah, because how awesome are these? Dual types are some of the coolest Pokemon ever printed. I'll never ban dual types. I want them desperately to bring them back. Unfortunately, you know, the most recent dual types they did all are ugly, though. Why in the world did they decide to do, like, go from, like, a cool design like this, which is lightning and metal, right? Look how cool that is. It's like you kind of have this neat fade between the two colors, right? It's awesome. And then they went to the ugly split. Like, why'd they do the ugly split? Like, just the line. The split in the font color? Yeah, that's the most egregious thing. Like how it goes from white to black on Mock Claw. Well, much to think about, chat. Much to think about. I'm going to get out of here for today, but I feel like we had a very a good discussion. And you know what? We didn't even have to open the Pokemon TCG live stream for 4.5 hours. No live. What a blessing. You know, we've got some exciting content coming up ahead, though. JW Creewall is going to be in the house tomorrow for our last tabletop session before Temporal Forces releases on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. So JW is going to be here. We're going to do some Temporal Forces testing. Should be a lot of fun. Yeah, that's what we got on the agenda. And I really appreciate everybody who gave their, who gave their thoughtful input and contributed to the discussion in today's chat. That was very helpful. You guys brought up a lot of points and thoughts and things that I would have never considered myself. So awesome stuff, and thank you for that. There's a lot to think about with how we want, how we want things to be played out in Gym Leader Challenge. So, yeah. We'll see. All right, y'all. Take it easy and have a good one. I'll be back tomorrow with JW. Thank you all for the most radical stream. We'll raid Amy. See ya.